Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everybody, good morning, and welcome to today's stream. Welcome. As you can see, today we are going to clear Phoenix Wright, because literally there are just a couple more testimonies left, and then that's it. And if there's still time left, because of course I do not know how long this is going to take, but I do not believe it's going to be 6 hours. If there's still time left, we are going to move on to Super Mario RPG. So, back to the SNES. But yeah, why not, right? Why not? But first of all, let's get into this game so we can clear it. Also, I have decided to, if there's a day, you know, like my car where I have to learn for, you know, my where I have driving lessons, instead of doing a 3-hour stream really late at night, I think what I will do, I will just skip out on the streaming for that day. If, of course, the lesson is in the time that I should be at, or that normally that I am live. Because, of course, if it's at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock precisely, then nope, we're just gonna do the 6-hour stream. But if it is anywhere in between, then I will probably just, instead of going live, I will probably just, you know, cut it out and then, you know, stream that day. Like next week, I believe on Monday. So, because then it is at 2:30, I have driving lessons, and then of course I normally should be live. So, because I've noticed that most of the time, at least with this schedule, and I switched to, you know, the 3-hour stream very late at night, not much happens. So, you know, why not cut that out completely and then just leave it as that is. But yeah, of course, the schedule's not gonna be changing any other than that. It's still gonna be 6-hour streams, but then if I have driver's lessons in the time that I normally would stream, then there's not gonna be a stream. But if, of course, if it is past the stream, you know, like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, then obviously the 6-hour stream will still be there. So, alright. But yeah, without further ado, let's get back into this game, because we're gonna be clearing it today. Because literally 6 hours, it's the last couple testimonies of the entire game. I don't think that will take 6 hours. I don't hope it will. Of course, we might get stuck at some points, obviously. But I don't think it's gonna take freaking 6 hours. It would be a little weird for, you know, maybe 7 more testimonies. 7 or 8. I don't think that's gonna happen. But yeah, if there's still time left, then we're gonna move on to Mario RPG. Because that game looked pretty interesting. So, why the heck not, right? Why the heck not? But yeah, without further ado, let's do this. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Gerudo tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge, then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Asakura Temple and... I used the Shinshito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised as Asakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fei clan. Oh, really now? Do you? Well, not really. But even so, I never imagined that at least the ex-sin was actually Misty Fei. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you are spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Sure makes sense, I suppose. What about the bridge that's on fire? When you're right, go ahead and with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Oh boy. Well, here we go. Cross-examination. Let's do this. Your Mystic at least died. I called out to Mystic Maya. Alright. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. Oh. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timed. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as a judge to mediate the argument? No. Of course not. The judge is pretty much, we are the judge. We're just sitting there, you know, chilling, just watching how it unfolds, you know. And the judge does the same. So, it wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. That it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Really now. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. Thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Well, that does make it a little easier to move the heavy things around in. On the snow, but then again, It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across the rickety old bridge. Looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age. Well, not really, because it burned down. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. Oh shit. Well, then I'm too stupid then, because I haven't had a cold in more than a year now. Ow, damn it. There's there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Ah! It would have been much easier to then drag it all the way to Asagura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. Really. Despite that if they throw it in the river, a lot of bodies will never be found. Just saying, but that's a way better chance for me if I would commit a murder in that sense. That's a way better chance for me getting away with it than bringing it all the way to another temple and, you know, what? For the time being, anyway. What did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Asagura Temple and light it on fire. No? Oh. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Asagura Temple to Dusky Bridge. It's the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more detail? Yes. About the snowmobile, about the tracks. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be a track left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when it left Asagura Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about the testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh, this should be fun. Oh yeah, obviously it's a game, so yes, it should be. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Alright. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Hold it! There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. This means there's a bigger hole in our story than the movie that the Grid Revelations. Alright. Huh. Well then, Meneer Tried, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. See what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. What theory do we have here? Nani? What? I'm not following you, right? Huh? What theory would we have, then? What am I missing here? Hold up. What? Courtyard where Ellie's Dixon was murdered. Just check what for details. Cool. Bad. Maybe if I look at the weather report, maybe? I don't know. No, it's the temple map. Photo of Leeds. No, that's cool. Weather report? There you go. Mounted data for February 7th. Snow with a Caucasian lightning strike. Snows approximately 10:50 p.m. Lightning 10 to approximately 11 p.m. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Alright. Mr. Khalees died, I called out to Mr. Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Gurun tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Asgura Temple, and I used Shido to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. When did the murder take place? 10 till 11 p.m. Alright. I already am going to do this, just in case. I don't really know what Wright is thinking about. No? Don't know what Wright's theory would be. No? Right? Why you say it's all clear, but you don't really say that it's clear for anybody else. Other than just yourself. So, you know, found an outcrop near the Dusky Bridge. His whole came from the victim's staff. No? Because that would be covered in snow. I'm just saying. One released dioxin found in the garden of the inner temple. The lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit that night of the crime. Found by the tree in the inner temple garden. The blood being analyzed now. Bad. Phoenix, you gotta make these things clear to the one that is pretty much playing you. Just saying, but, you know. What? Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime to check for details. Nope. Use the snowmobile to carry. Maybe I need to press on the other statement as well. Meaning, you know, because we had more choices about the snowmobile at the tracks. Now about the snowmobile. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Lemons, man.
Hey, Ford, thank you so much for the host, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Nels, welcome to the stream. Welcome. How you doing today? Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Alright. Sorry, witness. But now I've got a problem with your testimony. Oh, he has a problem with the testimony. Well, alright. The prosecutor has a problem with it this time. That's interesting. Excuse me? What did you just say? Working, so lurking. No problem, no problem. Still really appreciate it for stopping by. No problem at all. Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left a reminder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Asgura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Asgura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. So there you go, the snowmobile was never there. The snowmobile was in the front of the main gate. It's one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? That's my job, Godot. I'm the one that needs to make the contradictions. Did? Order, Meneer Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it? Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is even enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony, that's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So he transported the body by the snowmobile all the way to the Asagura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I used the Zenchido to alter the way the wound looked. Alright then. So it is something with this. We gotta do something with that one. Alright, let's save it up again. Just in case. Because now we also have the other info. What evidence do we use, though? Let's see. A nun from his good temp discovered murder. Her back really bothered her. Yes, that's pretty much all true. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I have already done this, right? I've been in a lot of countries. Yeah, I've already done this. And then he goes into his own monologue and pretty much says that it is really obvious and he already knows what to do, but I don't. So, come on, Phoenix. You gotta point it out a little more. Think I've trapped her this time. Oh, really? Have we now? See how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It means there's a bigger hole in our story than the movie The Great Revolutions. Don't even know that movie, but alright. Huh. Well, Meneer Tried, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't know. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Cool? Well, the reason I know, but I don't think we have to point out that reason yet. Because that pretty much brings up an entire range of other stuff that I do not believe we actually have to bother with yet. So... ah, well. Let's see. We have to do something with the snow. what? I've already shown this one. Let's see, crime photo, no. Tracks, I do not know if I've already shown that one. Let's actually try that. No. Alright. Tracks, has already shown that one. Already shown this one as well. No? Alright. But then again, she wouldn't really know what that symbol would mean, I believe. So, I've already shown the weather report as well. That didn't do anything either. There's something with this one, but what would that be? Use the shield to alter the way the wound looked. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Asagura Temple, and I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. So I removed the body from the inner temple one, or was it actually this one? Hold up. No? Alright, let me try that one. The snowmobile one. Because Godot he did give me a hint of some sorts. Anyway, they were talking about that there was a clear contradiction in the part of the snowmobile. But then again, not clear enough for me to see it. Because I do not see really any big contradictions here. I've already shown these two, I believe. Because I think the orb has something to do with it. Because again, when we found it near Dusky Bridge, and the thing is, it was almost completely covered in snow. So there you go. But apparently that's not the case. And that's a little weird to me. Because it was covered in snow, alright. So, but as you can clearly see, it doesn't seem to be, you know, the case. Sadly. Oh. Oops. Got out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Gurun tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Hold up. No? Because it could also be that sentence, because how would she know, but the other nun who's older doesn't know? So that's a little strange. But apparently we're not going to point it out yet. Alright then. It's a tough one. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Yes, because then, you know, she will go in prison and then somebody else will be the new head of the family. So yes, we already know that. We wait until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprised that she was a little timed. Alright. New job as a judge, yes. It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Alright. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Gurun tradition. Alright. We've already pointed that one out. To remove the body from the inner temple myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. Thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Right behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. So I remove the body from the inner temple by myself. No? See, this is what I mean. I do think we are gonna clear the game today, but it is not gonna be just in a little hour or an hour or two and then that's it. Clearly. Because, oh boy. Oh boy. I'm already, I'm like, what? 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 By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Let's see. Secret Temple map? No. Photo of Elise? No. Crime photo, maybe? No? Alright. I do think it is the last sentence. I think it is this one. But then what do we show? For some reason my eye is really itchy. Eh. There you go. Let's see. What could it be? This one maybe? No? I don't know. I have no clue to what it could be. Lantern maybe? No? Alright, cool. No lantern. How about this? No? Oh, alright, alright. I'm now just more like, you know, let's just show everything. Let's just show everything. Let's see what happens. Because I have no clue of what he means. I don't know. Zero clue what he's trying to make very clear here. No? Alright, cool. It is something with snow. As much as, at least I think. This one maybe? No? Alright, cool. Because that staff was found in that area, not there. So you could actually already make a pretty clear contradiction there. Saying that the staff was clearly found at the place where everybody thinks she murdered her. So, you know... And she did not say, she did not know where the staff went. So clearly, if it was actually over there, then it would in the end still be there. Not in the temple, because then she would say, you know, that she does know where it would be. So that's already a contradiction, but apparently that's a contradiction we don't really care about, so... What? So that already pretty much debunks it, but now, well, I suppose we have to find it in a different way. A different way that I do not really know. Because apparently to Phoenix Wright it's pretty obvious, but... I don't really see what's obvious here. So, what? By the time that the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Well, cool, I suppose. I don't know. Already shown that one, already shown that one, already shown that one, that one. Already shown the staff, already shown the weather report. Already shown these three. Already shown the bridge picture. Friend and none from a Segura Temple doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Cool. None from a Segura Temple discovered the murder. Her bad bag brothers were alright. Went to the inner temple on the night of the incident and is now missing. Not really missing, but... My cousin in channeling Percy. She was found at the inner temple. What is so obvious? I don't see what's obvious here. What apparently is really obvious to Phoenix something with snow, but then again, everything that pretty much has something around snow, like the orb was covered in snow, this one was covered in snow, at least mostly. This is, you know, the time about with the snow. This one doesn't have the place where it snows, and pretty much already shown everything about snow, but nothing there. Then use the snowmobile to carry it back to Asagura Temple. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Tuscan Bridge. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. That was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. How would she even know? To mix at least died, I called out to Mystic Maya, because the elder nun that's almost 50 years old doesn't even know that Maya is the next master, but now it's apparently also not really that important. Or is it, maybe? No? Alright. Whoop. Let's do something over there. What if I show Maya herself? No? Because we could also already start talking about, you know, going to why and how she knows her specific name. But that doesn't seem to be a case. Go to release, no. Weather data, I've already shown that one. Screw a temple map. Don't think that will really work anything out. Other than seeing, well, it's over there, and that's where the orb was found, and this is where the temple is. So that's quite a way of moving the body, but then again, didn't really work. Maybe I showed the map? I don't know. Nope. I don't show the map. Cool. What could it be? I get nothing. I know for a fact that I've shown this. Yeah, thought so. Because I know that I've shown some stuff before, and then at the exact same statement, the exact same evidence worked magically, then it did, but let's see. Because I don't really see what's obvious here, or what's supposed to be obvious here. There have been a lot of contradictions, yes. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. Well, I don't know why, but alright. Cool. What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie. And alright, never saw the movie, never even heard of the movie. Well, they may try. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. So see what's up your sleeve. Yes. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. What logic? I was trying to pin the murder on Maya. Well, that's obvious, but that was already obvious until literally at the point that she said that Maya was the one that killed. Why would she want to do that? Well, obviously, to get rid of her. There's only one reason I can think of. Obviously, just again get rid of her, but it doesn't show us what's so obvious. What? Because I don't get it. Because of course I do know the story in their relation with the main family or the branch families, but then again I don't think we have to go there yet. Because then we're going there really fast. And I don't think that's the case. Or at least not yet. Older sister Misty Faye and mother of Pearls and Iris. It is solitary confinement. I do we really have to go there already? I don't think so. Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Asgura Temple. They used the Shinshido to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Where? Crime photo. Cool. Something is supposed to be really obvious here, and I do not know what. I have zero clues to what's supposed to be really obvious here. Other than that she wants to pin it on Maya, but that we already knew that way beforehand. So I don't really see why that's to be found out now. Picture, maybe? I don't know. I have zero clues. They said something about snow, so I have a slight feeling it is either this sentence, but then again, it might actually be an entire other sentence. Use the shooter to alter the way that the wound looked. Cool. Nice. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Asgura Temple. Well, that's clearly that it was not possible, but then again, what evidence do I show against it? So... They're behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of current tradition. The Mystic Elise died, it called out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master. But how would she know that? Other than, you know, the obvious that she does know, but, you know, we don't know that she knows. But then again, what? That still doesn't really make it clear. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Chill. Cool. Do I show Pearls, maybe? Because Pearls was also at the inner temple. So... No? Alright. Cool. Well, this is gonna take a while. Literally our first statement or cross-examination of today's stream and already stuck. Great. Lucky it's gonna be a 6-hour stream, so let's hope we're not gonna be stuck here for 6 hours, but who knows? Because right now I do not see what or where we have to show evidence and what evidence. Because I do not really see the logic in the entire testimony the way that Phoenix apparently does. And Phoenix is also not really trying to explain it that well, other than pin the murder, but we already know that she is trying to pin the murder. I thought it would be a little weird if nobody in this court would know yet, but then again, oh boy. Because I would be like, you know, if she dragged it all the way over there, why are there no fingerprints on the body? You know, but I don't think that was right. So I moved the body from the inner temple by myself. There you go. But were there fingerprints? Apparently, there you go. That's also wrong. So And again, I've already used the weather report, so that doesn't work either. Mystic Elise died. I called out to Mystic Maya. Cool. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Kuru tradition. Again, how would she know? We showed this. No. How would she know? That's the thing. Other than somewhat clearly being told. So remove the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then used the snowmobile to carry it back to Asakura Temple and used Shinshiro to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Well, if I do this then? No? Because you could say, of course, that you changed the way how the wound looked, but then again, the person was stabbed in the stomach. So, I'm just saying, but then there would be an entire trail of blood. Everywhere. Because, of course, if it was the wound, the thing was taken out at the inner temple. And you apparently dragged it all the way to the other temple, while there was still clearly a hole in the stomach. So that would mean there would be an entire track of blood all the way from the inner temple, all the way from there. And then you altered and stabbed her in the back, but that still does not really cover up the wound that's in the stomach. So that would mean it would still be bleeding. So, just saying, but that's at least the contradiction that I see. But then again, do I need to show that one? Oh, I don't know. Because they're talking about snow and pinning a murder. Well, the pinning one is obvious, but... So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Cool. Do I show this then? No? Alright, cool. Nope, apparently not. Alright then. Maybe show this? Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden, the blood's being analyzed now. But then again, we don't know if it's her blood. So, what about this then? Nope. Alright. Jeez. I have zero clues to what I have to do in this one. Because I don't see the contradiction here. Other than the obvious ones, but then again, I've already shown evidence against them and they don't work. So... What? Mystic Elise died. I called out to Mystic Maya. Chill. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master Kuru tradition. How would you know that? So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Alright, but there would be an entire trail of blood that way. So I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Maybe I need to show it here? No? Alright, never mind. Because then there would be an entire range of blood, right? So... I'm just saying, but... What? That would pretty much contradict that if the snow was stopped, then the snow would also not cover up the blood. Because then it wasn't snowing anymore. So... But apparently that's not the obvious one here. That there would be an entire trail of blood all the way from the inner temple to the other temple. Because if she claims that the snow stopped, then the snow would not be covering up any blood. So the blood would still be there. You know? But apparently that's not what we need to point out here. So... remove the body from the inner temple by myself. Drag it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Cool. Then use the snowmobile to carry it back to Asakura Temple and... yes... I used the Shishido to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I think it's something with this sentence, but then again, I've already shown so much evidence on this sentence, and there's just nothing there. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Alright then. Because I do not want to look a walkthrough up for this. Because that kind of ruins it. Because then it's just, alright, there you go, moving on. But, you know... Because I don't really see the obvious here. Other than she's trying to pin it on Maya, but that was clearly already obvious. From the point that she claimed that Maya was pretty much the one. So... at least to me, it was already obvious then. She to look yes, change the way the wound looked. Can we do this in some way? Is there something here? Because we also don't know what the blood of this. You know, who this blood is. Because that's also not been analyzed. There's blood on it, came from the victim's staff. Well, that's pretty much it. That we have there. Drive by me all the way across Dusky Bridge. No? Alright. No clue here. No clue. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was trying to pin the murder on Maya. Obvious. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. And what is that reason then, Phoenix? Tell me, please! Because of course, you're the one that knows it, but I don't. And I'm the one that needs to point it out. So please! What I'm doing to protect, alright, cool, so I remove the body from the inner temple by myself. But then again, how would you know that? This very image curved by the curve, yes, alright, but we still have the symbol. At some point, if I were going to be stuck here for any longer, then I will just, of course, look up a walkthrough. Because we've almost already been stuck on this sentence, or on this testimony for an entire hour. Trying to find it. So, damn. That's how clueless I am with what he means, but it's obvious. Because I don't see the obvious here. Not one bit. No? Alright. Maybe I need to show... Now let's try this. Let's save it at this point so we don't have to go back every single second. There you go. Because we're gonna get a lot of stuff wrong. A lot of stuff. Nope. There you go, that's what I mean. How about this? Nope. Alright. How about this? Nope. Alright. Well, how about this? Nope. Alright. moving on. I've already shown her, and that was also wrong. That's... Nope. Alright, moving on. Alright. Nope. Cool. And I know that's also not for the last sentence, because I've already shown the lantern on the last sentence as well. I've already shown these three on the last ones. Including these two, even that one. So, you know, I've shown a lot of stuff on the last sentence. But nothing. Due to protect the future master of Gurun tradition. How would she know? Go magazine features a good template. Let's check what for details. Alright. Well, maybe show herself. Mainly because she doesn't seem to have any spiritual power, Bard. To defend a nun from Asgura Temple. Nope, alright. To remove the body from the inner temple by myself. Let's just start from the very beginning and let's just press everything again because I have no clue to what's so obvious here. So you wait until everything was over before making a move. Yes. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she has a little timed. Yes, I suppose that's true. And I'm also not going to read it in their voices, obviously. The voice that I gave them, because, you know, we've already read all this. Yes, all the useless banter. It wasn't until Misty Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Alright, thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Gurun Village. So then you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Of course I did. It's odd. I mean, since the beginning didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. There you go, why don't you point that out then? Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. But I think I've already done this as well. Yeah, there you go. Probably should have done that one either. So, moving on. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Misty Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. Remove her body all by herself. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? See, there you go. They already started talking about the snow, but that's the thing. I've already pointed a lot of stuff out about the snow, and nothing really stuck. So, set it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. Looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. Well, it's already burned down a lick. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Would have been much easier than drag it all the way to Asgura Temple. That it would be still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. So I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being, anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Asgura Temple and... Yes... Snowmobile, I knew that would show up sooner or later. Is that the key? I used the snowmobile to travel from Asgura Temple to Dusky Bridge. It's the part that was I questioned the other day. Should I ask her more detail? Forget it about the snowmobile, about the tracks. Let's go about the tracks again. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally we would expect tracks, which represented yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. Don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Asakura Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. Well, let's continue with this testimony. So he transported the body by snowmobile. Alright. Used the Shinshido to alter the way the wound looked. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered my Deoxin. So sorry, please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. More like this testimony. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? When the murder happened, the snow has already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. Alright. See how you think, snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her testimony than the movie is. Well, then, may try. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. See what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was trying to pin the murder on Maya, but why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Alright, and what would that reason be then? Let's do the one last one. The snowmobile one, there you go, and then go for the other statement, where Godot will point out the contradiction. About the snowmobile. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Yes. Sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? That night, after them had none left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Asakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Recall her comment on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Asakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Dots. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness testimony? Just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Think she missed it? Doesn't sound right. Even I don't think this is deceiving enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. What's that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Well, it's not really a hint, because I don't really understand it still. Well, then let's continue with the testimony. Thought the way missing Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I got nothing. Apparently that was a hint, but a hint that I do not really understand. Then used snowmobile to carry it back to Asakura Temple. I'm gonna look it up. I do not know what I need to do here. Or at least I know I need to, you know, find a contradiction and show evidence against it, but where? And what? I have zero clues. I do not know. No. It's not that one. We need to go for this one. See. Present the weather data on the fourth contradiction. I dragged it behind me all the way across the bridge. What? I've already shown the weather. Really? Oh, come on. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. I still don't get why you have to show the weather report at statement number 4, but alright, we got through it, I suppose. What did you say? The bridge was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. But it can't be. Look like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. You can't do it over me because you got me alright. I didn't understand any of it. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way she could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contempting is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whenever this witness lies or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whatever it was snowing or not snowing, or whatever the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise the Yexon was discovered in the Asgura Temple courtyard. The second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise the Yexon's body. Making a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. Already now. I've stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to her. If you're so perfect, Tribe, maybe you can explain this for the court. But what is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. No, there must be some other ways he got across that burned out bridge, but unless I can somewhat distracted, I'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright, cool. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. But what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Alright then. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Of course not. Pretty much these 3 sections of the entire trial are going to be her testimony. So, whew. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a real tough one. But nonetheless, we'll find it out, alright? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? By flying! No? Oh. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. Here's a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Certainly was burned. It certainly was burned to crisp. And one of the suspensions and wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. That is indeed pretty amazing. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. This bridge photo added to the court record. Alright, so we have new evidence. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Yeah. Alright, Meneer, right. Please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Here we go. Alright, see if I can do this one. Because the other one, I was stuck. And that was literally the very first testimony of today's stream. So there you go. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, you couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like when Erkadot said, the body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. Terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Well, I don't know. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? It's no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in court of law. Well, Meneer Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Well, naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Stride. Yeah. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? But I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Am I right? Don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Huh. I don't think you call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even I don't know the exact answer yet. It's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I know walking over a bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused. Snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying a lot was away across the burning bridge? I have a slight feeling we might actually have to show this. Because there is somebody clearly going across a bridge while it's on fire. There you go. That one was pretty obvious. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. But what? Huh. Saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of a thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Jackson's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Louis Jackson. Brilliant. Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. End. That's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Right. Are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well tried. There's nowhere, now here for you to hide now. Oh, no, I did say it right. Nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? Don't think old Whiskerface going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch draws by Louis Jackson is evidence of now in complete contradiction exactly what happened. Exactly what happened? Complete contradiction? I think it's exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim was flew through the air? So you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. That would be pretty funny if they actually did. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're on 1 cup's worth of entertainment. Think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. Just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Alright. So that was wrong, eh? Complete contradiction, how about that one? Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Louis Jackson stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Huh. It's getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? save it up again over here. Her? It's flying figure naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? You're right. The answer is just now. It was lethal. Alright then. Maybe the cables? But, it's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us the reality it's supposedly conflicted with. Show something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Oh, I getcha. I getcha. Aha! There's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wire. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Yosobat, the wires are below the guarded wires. Order, order, order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit that mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did you make a mistake? What's the reason? Saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene that way he did. He was lying on his back. I can see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Laurice the Xin witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Oh my god. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice the Xin's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Order, order, order. Of all things to say, pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. He used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. The pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? This bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an incident, so it doesn't make sense that the criminal would have prepared a rope beforehand. So then, the criminal... They didn't have to go to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of the criminal. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, when you're right, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on the hand to create Pendolium? And the meaning of this is... You want to know where the rope came from? There you go, it's clearly hanging in the middle. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. The lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire. When the suspension wires came loose from its anchor, the criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elixir Juxon's body. Whee! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Oh boy, he's going to be poisoning himself. That's a lot of coffee in that little cup. Damn. Nerkadot. Hold up. Seems that Nerkadot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Obviously. Seems that the odds of a robe being reality readily available were very high. So I suppose that's not an impossible after all. Oh, there you go. He already has more coffee. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Tried. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Yes. Whoop. Save just in case? Because there you go. Body fell 10 feet after death. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Ms. Juxon's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked in this overhead map. The crystal was found, precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. There you go, these ones are really easy, but the first one, my god. That was a hard testimony. Explains your theory quite well when you're right. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction when you're right. Most impressive. When you're right. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What the meaning of this, Meneer Kadot? There was the dark and bitter guess that you may tried. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had sent the body to the other side like you said. And naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Tride? Megadon is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. You have any right? You know what you must do? Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Asagura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Asagura Temple side? Received the body. That would be her. But just in case, let's save it up. That would be her. Because I already know who is the person who did the body and swung it over there. That was her. So can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by a snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Tried. Were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, the little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mynheer Godot? This witness was also seen at the Asagura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on the night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I've established how the body was moved using the burned out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mynheer Wright? Well, what kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Asagura Temple? Are you serious? Tried. You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Alright, this is quite a heavy penalty, so we're gonna do this, but I already know. Boom, boom. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Huh, it's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine. No, the honor's all mine. Duh. Oh, really now? But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order. Wait a moment. How can you? My sister is already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. Yeah, boy, I know where this is going. Korean channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. An exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. The very night the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Hey, Carpin, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today? Welcome. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. You're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened? It's not a coincidence, though. Naturally, it was no coincidence. Nice, glad to hear it. Awesome. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. A part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hosugura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the light out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, Iris was never seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely on one Dahlia Hawthorne. You even know what you're saying, Tried. Soul channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's only one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Why? And do you have any proof of that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. And the meeting Sister Bikini Dahlia Hawthorne that has been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Whee! Stated that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hosugura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. Looked like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. Still convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Yes. Obviously. That's my job. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia. Somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, when you're right, since the time she was arrested at Hosugura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. When an earthquake occurred, and Edgeworth was the only one watching, but Edgeworth fainted because he has a real bad phobia for earthquakes. So then nobody saw her by that point. Think there might have been a one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which I was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would have given a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was our boy, Miles Edgeworth. This is Meneer Edgeworth, is it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? Earthquake? Oh my god! Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... Yeah, boy. I never ever experienced an earthquake in my life before. Well, they do have started popping up in this region, but never experienced one before. How could I have? She fled. I got biggest host yet. Noise. She fled. She escaped. Sure did. We went to the inner temple right away. 12. Nice. It's a lot of people. Awesome. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they'd already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, boy. That's quite enough already, Meneer Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind. Be quiet. Oh, there you go. Well, that was easy. It's been a long time, Meneer Judge. Well, that was easy. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Mike not working playing $3 game kept 8 to 14 viewers for over an hour. Hey, awesome. Well, that's pretty good, right? You know, it's only positive. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. Could you get out of Maya's body now? You know, I'm just saying, but... Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. Well, yes. Because she's dead. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Well, that's true, because she's already dead. What's going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'll meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. But she's right about it, though. Because she's already dead. So what punishment are you gonna give someone who is dead? You know? What? Alright, on to the second section. So now, after this one, I believe there were 2 testimonies in this one, and then we're gonna go to the last, and I believe there were 4 testimonies in that one, and then that's it. I believe then we are done. That was good. The Crazy Destiny 2 to 8-bit looking game. Hey! Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness. Yes, how can I help you, Meneer Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. See if we can debunk this one. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fayes to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, tried. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's my rule. Nicodot is correct. And by the way, that's my rule as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? No. Because Maya is pretty much standing right there. Because if you don't remember, Hawthorne had red hair. You know? Maya has black hair. You know? She's pretty much right there. Because we've already confirmed this is not Iris. So, that's already confirmed. So, you know, just saying, but... And it could also not be Pearly, because Pearly is in this, is sitting literally in the bench. So, you know, she's sitting with the audience. And then she would have brown hair. So, you know, there's only one who has the power to channel people, and that is Maya, and she has black hair. And her presence is still unknown, while we already know where everybody else is. So, that was pretty obvious. You executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. Wasn't exactly pleasant. Hanged? Jesus, what day and age do we live? How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Hanged, huh? Alright then, apparently we still do hanging in this day and age. Interesting. Huh, are you crazy? First, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Well, yeah, she's a little mental. To make Pearl Fay the master of Corunian. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Missy took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Stew a plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her. Along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had obviously no interests in children in general. Oh boy. How horrible. Well, the real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She is in the stand, you know. So I'm just saying, next time we'll host you if you're on. Well, appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We'll see. If that time ever comes, right? She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all over her broken hopes and dreams to that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Yeah, I have a slight feeling Pearls is not going to be happy after this trial. Mainly because literally everybody's now pretty much shit-talking on her and her mother. And again, she has a lot of respect for her mother. Got more views, do not mind at I've got more views, do not mind at all. Alright, well, still appreciate it. Thank you so much. For it to work, my Fay would first have to die. Yes, that is true. Maya would have to die, but why? Well, you already know that. For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendant of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearls wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. Sumit was buffing on a 10k host. Damn! Alright, a 10k host, huh? That's a lot of people. Damn. I've never even seen missed by 5 minutes. Alright. I've never even seen that many people in a host. But that's a lot of damn people. My god. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Well, you already know it. At 2 AM, huh? Damn. Alright. Well, I don't think I would be awake by that point. He had almost 11k viewers. My god. That's so many people. How would you even coordinate so many people? My god. That's so insane. Damn. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Alright, so they were all taken out of the picture. So, of course, because or else Iris would become the new master. But Iris has no spiritual power. So, you were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Well, that's good. Good day is 25 to 40k. Bad day or time he has 8 or 9k. Well, that's already insane. Still, my god. Jeez. Good day is 25 to 40k. That's my god. How would you even coordinate with that? Because of course I try to read as much of chat as possible, but that would be impossible even with 8k. My god. That's freaking insane. Damn. I'm lucky if I get to 30. Because a couple days ago I actually got to 30, but damn. Freaking that many people. My god. That's freaking insane. Damn. That's a lucky ass guy. Or girl. Because of course, I do not know. But damn, that's a lucky ass streamer. Jeez. I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Well, that's true. Again. True. People should talk in chat, so he said he would host and get them all back in 10 to 50 minutes. Summit 1G. Let me check. Well, I can understand that a lot of people start shit talking as well, because those are a lot of damn people. At that point, I can understand that, you know, you would actually have need of some help with, you know, other people. But then again, seems that he is already really successful looking at his channel, because those are so freaking many followers. My god. That's freaking insane. Damn. 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 If I would have that many, I wouldn't even know what to do with it. But then again, who knows, right? Jeez, that's so freaking many people. My god, that's a lucky guy. That's a lucky guy. Awesome. Hope he does well. Hope he, you know, is responsible with it. He is old school. Alright. Cool. I suppose. But yeah, I hope he is responsible with it. Because those are a lot of people. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister. On Sister Iris of Asagura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. Never would have guessed she was going to return to Asagura Temple that night. If he was less honest, he would have more views. Alright. Interesting. What did he say then? Did he say stuff, bad stuff? Or is it just, you know, something else? But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Yeah, but she didn't like her. Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. Well, there you go. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Ah, I see. I see. Backstabber? But then again, in my opinion, more like, you know, at least if it is his job, you know, if this streaming is actually his full-time job, then as long as you have enough views and enough people to pay the bills and just live, then I think that's fine, right? You don't really need more. At least that's how I see it. It's the same as with followers and views on my side. If I, at some point, if this will be my job or not, but I hope it will be, and then I just have enough viewers and people, so I will just be able to pay the bills and, you know, actually make a living of it, then I don't really need more. So, you know, because the thing is, you also, at least in my opinion, I also want to keep it, you know, under control. So, been his job for 4 or 5 years. Nice, that's a lucky man. It's a lucky man, alright. Damn. Awesome, awesome. You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Great. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You thought the plan was a success. You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just trapped inside a sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolish optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Vini? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you, well, obviously. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. Had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being that kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? Not like that woman. I'm going after my own self-interests. The reason I help her was for myself. Probably because then you could take the body, like right now, right? And live on. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? My goal was to take over her body and live in it instead. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Or was it revenge against you? But I don't think that's the case, really. Got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. The whole plan began with me, with my death. Alright, what evidence would that be? Because there are two things. It was maybe for revenge against Phoenix. or to take over the body so she could live in a different body and continue, you know, living. Instead of Dahlia then as Maya, but with her spirit in it instead of Maya. Like, I have a slight feeling right now, because I still think that that this is officially Maya's body, but the thing is, of course, if they channel a spirit, their body's posture changes, or their appearance. So there you go. So, you know, the whole plan began with my death. The stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fate to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. This is a long-ass testimony, damn. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, with what my goal was? I have two theories, but then again, have we any proof of showing it? Let's see. I will save it up just in case. Because it could be that she wanted to become the head of the family. Worn by Lisa Jackson, found in the garden of the inner temple. You've seen bigger streamers without webcam? Yeah, they do exist. Obviously, they do exist. But I like it with webcam because that, you know, makes it a little more personal. But yeah, of course they do exist. Even on YouTube, you have YouTubers that don't use a webcam. So, and that are big. It's not a thing that you have to do, obviously. One by Lisa Dixon, found in the garden of the inner temple. Let's see. Well, Lyric could be a streamer, or is a streamer. I do not know him personally, if it is at least a streamer, but that is true. You can be big without a webcam. There you go. Let's see, what could it be? Could it be this one, maybe? No? Alright. What could it have been? What could her plan have been? We understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. Plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. 50 to 80k live views. My god. That's freaking insane. And there are so many people. So many people. Damn. Oh my god. I would not even know what I would do with that many people. My god. Other than just all day just talking to chat without being able to play a game. Because I do want to read what everybody has to say, but of course, then it also goes so shitty days 20 to 40k. Well, that's still a lot, you know. So that wouldn't even be close to a shitty day, in my opinion. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Yes, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. The whole plan began with your death. Let's see. Where do I have to present something? So plan hatched by Morgan Fate to install her own daughter as the next master. I have a slight feeling you wanted to be one. Yup, but no camera, that's crazy, yeah. But that's awesome. That's also pretty awesome. Let's see. Do I present this maybe? No? It's a tough one. This is a tough one because I have a slight feeling I do have to show this. Because again, we have not really done anything with that entire evidence so far. Best zero streamer view-wise. Nice. Zero facecam streamer view-wise. Awesome. Because literally a shitty day for me would just be, you know, 0 for the entire 6 hours. So that's for me a shitty day, and with bad quality and all that stuff, but damn. Damn. I have gotten 100 views at some point, but that was also with a couple really big hosts. So that was not really on my own, with my own. So I don't even know how many I've gotten on my own without hosts. 15 maybe? Because I do know Breath of the Wild was a really popular one. So I think max 20. That was for me. Nice. My own, I got 11. Nice, nice. Awesome. Well, it was only with Breath of the Wild that I actually had that many. And that was, of course, Breath of the Wild is a really popular game. And still is. So, but I think that was... It was not throughout every single stream I did. Host 14. Let's see. With a host, there was more than 100 at some point. But that was also because those was at Christmas, I believe. Last year, Christmas. That's when I got to 200 followers. And I believe that was around 100. But then again, as already said, those were also a lot of people with big hosts. So, yeah, not bad. Of course, every single host is still appreciated. Doesn't matter, you know, how many views or extra people there are. But still, it was amazing. My god. But then already, I was like, you know, guys, I need to play the game. But I would just had to look at chat every single time, because that's the thing. As long as I will be able to do it, I want to keep interacting with chat. But of course, with that many people, freaking on a bad day, 20 to 40k people, how? Right now, for me, it is literally 3 minutes over 1 p.m. So it is, you can presume it is 1 o'clock right now, just 3 minutes over. So, but yeah, my god. Damn. Damn. Literally, for me, it's already a successful stream as long as I just have some people watching throughout the stream. So, here's 6 a.m. Alright. Well, for me, it's p.m. It's literally just past, it's already going to... Yeah, damn, time's flying over here, by the way. My god. I think that we've already been doing this for 2 hours. Jeez. Damn. And literally, we are at the end. Let me actually check at what point we are right now. This one's completely done, right? Yes. Dahlia, I've missed you. That's that section. We already know that. We are, I believe, now halfway. Let's see. Where was it? Where, in which... Oh, literally this entire one is just one. This entire section is one statement. Alright then. Damn. Huh. Cool. So there you go. There's only one statement in this one. Let me actually check in... how many are the last? 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 4 statements in the last one. So literally only have 5 more to go, including this one. So nice. Now let's go to the second section. For if I cannot get through this one. Now I think I will be able though. Hope to get like 50 to 125 hosts someday. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be absolutely fantastic. That's why I also started doing raids. Of course, you know, raids are small. Because a lot of times it's only 2 till 3 people. But still, gotta start somewhere, right? Gotta start somewhere. But yes, that would be awesome. Literally. But then again, for me, literally, of course, I want the channel to grow until I know for a fact that I can make this my job and I can live off of it. And then, literally, all the other stuff is just extras. Literally. Because I don't even intend to become rich from this. Because then there are way easier ways to become rich. Literally. So, that was never even my intention. But literally, if I can make this my job, you know, and I can just pay the bills, make a living off of it, that's all. You know, if I have a certain amount of people, then that's awesome. If I have a certain amount of followers, awesome. And of course, if it comes more, that will probably will become more. So, I got 37 followers this week. Nice! Awesome! Awesome! That's freaking fantastic. Right now, it's over here. It's kind of calm, you know. But literally, we've almost in the entire year we're almost at 400. So that's 200 in 1 year. That's already pretty impressive. So at least for me. So yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, of course, every single follow, every single person that just watches the stream, every single host, every single raid, it's all greatly appreciated, obviously. But of course, being a streamer yourself, you obviously understand that as well. So, that 45 days ago, nice, nice. Let me see how many I've gotten this week. And we have to, of course, go to the good old statistics. Dashboard. Now, see. I think that is from. Yeah, that's just 1 day. Let's see, there should be a way to see if it was in an entire week, right? Let's see. Last week. Can I make that smaller? There you go. No, that doesn't work that way. If we go all the way down, hold up. There you go. Let's see. This week I've gotten 3 new followers, 1 sub, and let's see, around 2 people that watch every single, or at least throughout the entire stream. So right now it's calm. Not much big is happening. So I doubled in 1 week. Nice. That's awesome. It's awesome. Congrats on that. Fantastic. Let's see what I had, because that is this week, I believe. Yeah, that is a little bit of this week, but let's see if I can get it to last week. Let's see, this, and then this. There you go. Last week I had 11 followers, so there you go. But that's probably because, of course, again, this game is not that popular, as you can clearly see. So I think that's also why. But yeah. So double in 1 week. Add Armageddon TV. What's that? Armageddon TV. Never heard that before. Bad. Bad. Says streamer? Because I do see a streamer here, but that's with 2 T's. Type so in his chat. All right. Well, the only thing I see here is somebody who's playing FIFA, but that's it. I don't think it's that person though. Yeah, but I don't want to start bothering people just because. Because for what reason? Because I'm not that. When he is live free shout out, yeah. But I don't really like that kind of thing. Of just being, you know, hey, give me a shout out, bro. Please give me a shout out. I don't know. I don't really like that kind of thing. Nah. Especially if it's a person that I just go there just for shout out. Nah. I don't know. Don't really feel like doing that. Because I've never even heard of that person before, and just going there just for a shout out, I don't know. I don't really like that. I don't know. Doesn't really sit right with me. So, because I personally wouldn't like that if people would do that to me. So, why would I do it to somebody else then? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Nah. Because I don't know the person, so... Me neither, but it worked. Yeah, it might work, but then again, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. With it, going to a person that I've literally just heard about just for a shout out, and then... I don't know. I don't like it. That's why he has 4K followers. Well, cool. But I do not want to just live out of shoutouts. You know, you gotta present something yourself as well, because you're gonna make something of it yourself, not just by going through with shoutouts. Because again, you know, if you then just don't do anything. Nah, I don't know. Doesn't feel right to me. Doing a shout out, going for a shout out to a person that I've literally never heard of before. Just because. Just because for followers. Nah. Right, but you can't keep, viewers. Well, true, but I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. Doing a going for a shout out to a person that I've never heard of before, and he doesn't even know me, just because of I can get some, just like because I can get some people. I don't know. Nah. It feels a little cheap, and I don't like it. So, but let's see. You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Let's see. Well, appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I try to do my best, but I just do not want to feel like I want to bother someone just because then I can get some more people. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. A collab? Yes. Doing a collab with someone? Then yes. But then also, you know, you get to know the person a little better before you start collabing. And then you're kind of, you know, your friends. Or at least your colleagues in that way. But not like that. Nah. Doesn't sit right with me. So let's see. What should we present to this? So, they tell you to do it every 3 to 5 minutes. Alright. Interesting then. Why though? Probably because then, you know, a lot of people, or at least more people can see it. Instead of just, you know, it just goes by once and then that's it. Let's see, do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Let's see what that is. What could that be? Because I do know, she probably, or one thing. Holds viewers and hosts. Ah, I see. Because probably to get her to be the next head of the family, or, as I already thought, you know, to get her body. The inner temple of the knife incident and is now missing. Let's see. What evidence? He said something about it's time to show dead evidence. Can't believe you can do it every 30 seconds or 2 minutes. Not really a limit. All right. What is he not bothered by that then? If literally everything that happens just in his chat is only just shoutouts. You know, I don't know. I would at least be very annoyed by it if that would be the case. If my chat would just be full with just people that want shoutouts. Can't believe it, she meant to kill Maya. Got to keep a cool head. We need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. So does that mean... The whole plan began, do I need to start doing more pressing? Instead of showing evidence? Let's see if that's actually what we need to do. Same with SPOS and Euroside. Are they also streamers? It was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant, obviously. Hanging was never meant to be pleasant. Nessie was transferred to the same detention center as me, since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. Alright, cool. Huh. Are you crazy? Yes. To make Pearl Fey the master of Karunian. She's a cold, twisted woman. Well, that's true. We already seen that in the last game. She already tried to pin Maya on a murder then. So... So a plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. So I suppose I just have to press again then. Because he didn't really say anything about present certain evidence. Team leaders, even if you do not join, you can hang out and promote you and others. Alright. Well, that's pretty cool. Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. Your twin sister Iris, yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with her father, yes. Pendant. The only person I ever really cared about in life was... I'm just trying to see if there's any something new in here. Yes, my father married a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Alright. How horrible. Yeah. The real horror one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all over her broken hopes and dreams on the poor child's back. Well, because of her pathetic dreams of having... Alright, so she doesn't really have anything bad to say about pearls. She's actually kind of, you know... she kind of has it with pearls, but being like, you know... it was because of her mother. That sadly, Pearls has to do all this. Alright. At least that looks that way. Before it to work, my Fae would first have to die. Well, obviously. I would have to die, but why? For a bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. You're playing this off the DS? No, sadly I am playing this on an emulator. It would be awesome if I could play it on the DS. But right now I'm playing it on an emulator because I do not have an actual, you know, thing for the DS to be able to stream with it. So, Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adored Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. Yeah, streaming chips like 65 to 120. Yeah, that's expensive. I don't have that kind of money for that stuff, so... Oh boy. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Well, you know. The deal was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Yes? You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And I would have simply used her body and finished the job. And then one person, maybe two with a streaming DS. Ooh, nice, nice. I have heard that that those DSs do exist. They look pretty much normal, but I think there was something, they were modded or something. In a way that they could actually stream. I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. True. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister. On Sister Iris of Asagura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. Alright, cool. Can start level 7. Alright. Someone were to witness me killing Maya. Naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was the head nun Sister Bikini. Never would have guessed she was going to return to Asagura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Alright. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Alright, you're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Don't even think that was ever his nickname, though, for that she gave to him. Huh. Want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Well, that's already nothing new. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in people. Alright, well, again, not really anything new. He already knew that as well. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought that was obvious. So she was actually cooperating with Morgan. Wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of how to get revenge. Revenge. Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. What piece of evidence is he talking about? What piece of evidence? This? But then again, I've already shown this. What is he talking about? Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand the plan and what she was after as well. What kind of evidence? And I have a slight feeling it's gonna be the evidence on this one. But what evidence is he talking about? It's something about the entire plan. About it has to do with the plan. But then again, what is that? Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. The dagger. Let's embrace your photo. No? Alright. Because we don't even know what that is. Well, or at least we do know it's a dagger, but you know, the blood. The blood is still has not been analyzed. So, let's see. What have we not yet shown? You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. It was the only way to get revenge. That's what she said. But revenge on who? Her sister? The Fey family? Me? Phoenix? Meaning, you know, me as Phoenix. But then again, what Phoenix? Well, Phoenix did... Actually, no. Phoenix was not the one that brought you to death row. That was his mentor. Phoenix didn't really have anything to do with it. Other than he just testified, and that was it. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? My Misty Fey, mother and master of the Korean channeling technique. He is talking about some kind of evidence that I have to use. You should have a easy 35 to 5 live views. Well, who knows? At some point I might get there. Who knows? We'll see, right? We'll see when time comes. Let's see, what kind of evidence was he talking about? Because that would be really awesome. That would be really awesome indeed. And I would be very grateful if that would happen, of course. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. What piece of evidence would that be? Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That would be awesome. Because, of course, I already know you cannot do something, you know, YouTube or pretty much anything without help. So I would really appreciate as much help as I can. Thank you. Thank you so much. You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. He was saying some sort of evidence had to be presented. Are we going full Matrix with this? No. Alright. It would be awesome if we actually would go full Matrix with this, you know? Meaning, if you use that charm, for some reason the charm could also get rid of spirits or something. And then she's gone and there's Maya. No. I would expect it as much. Because this is already a crazy trial. So stream late night on Wednesday and Sunday. Alright, cool. Well, I stream every day. Except for, of course, when I have driver's lessons. But yeah, that's also almost over. Maybe 5 or 6 more and that's it. So... And then on to the exams, finally. Cannot wait till I have a license. And I finally am allowed to drive. That's gonna help out a lot. It's gonna make a lot of things a lot easier. So we'll host you when I can. Alright, appreciate it. Well, let's see. For you, it's at night then. Then that would for me be at when it's day. So I think that would be possible. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Because I think this is a more European time zone schedule that I have. Because of course, for a lot of people in, I believe, something my eye. I believe in America it is actually night right now. So that wouldn't really work that well. So that kind of sucks. So what kind of time would be perfect for the schedule for Europe and America? I don't think that really is there, you know? I don't think there is a schedule perfect for everybody. Yeah, there you go, 6 AM there. So that's what I mean. I don't think it would really work that well to have a schedule for both parts of the world. Huh. And then again, I'm pretty happy with this schedule right now, so nothing is going to change anytime soon. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Let's see. What kind of evidence was Wright talking about? Because I have a slight feeling it is this. But then again, as there you go, as you can already see, I've already shown it and nothing happens. This one maybe? No? Because Maya's name was on there, so, and 4 AM's some places, yeah. Because I believe even in America itself there are different time schedules, just like in Europe, in different countries in Europe there are different time schedules, so that's the thing. You cannot really make, I think, a schedule that would work for everyone. And so that kind of sucks. And that's why I went with this schedule, because the majority of the people that did follow this channel are from Europe. So, of course, lately I have been getting a lot more people from America as well. So that was also pretty cool. There you go, let's actually see. Let me open up the walkthrough again. I'm not going to look at it, but just so it is ready for if I cannot actually get this done. So... see, what kind of evidence would she mean? Or would Phoenix mean, actually? Because I have a slight feeling I have to show it on this one. Because this is the new sentence that was added to the entire point. Let's see, to get revenge. I don't have a picture of myself, so I cannot be like, you know, to get revenge on me. Alright, so that's already out of the picture. Get revenge on Morgan Fay, maybe? No? Alright then. Because we clearly know that she doesn't like her own mother. That we don't have to worry about that. That's quite obvious. So, you know, let's see. I don't think you really have any bad blood with Pearls. Because she even said that for, you know, the poor child gets all the burden of her mother. So, I don't think you have any bad blood against Pearls. Play Japan Zelda balloon fight. Wait, what? Zelda balloon fight? What's that? Never heard of that before. Let's see. Because I don't think you also wouldn't really want revenge on your own sister, right? Right? No. It's a thing. Hold up. I'm gonna go stretch a limb here. Is it this? No, thought so. I thought so. Let's see, what does he mean? With what evidence? NES game remade in Japan. With Zelda. Alright. Well, I do have a NES Mini, but I don't think that's on there. So... let's see. Crime photo. No. Dust Bridge photo. We have to show evidence that shows revenge. This? No. Damn. This is another tough one. Well, let me try one more thing. One more thing. Let's see. What are we going to show? Let me try one more evidence. And if that doesn't work, then I'm at least going to look up the sentence where I have to be at. So... gotta go to sleep. Alright, no problem. No problem. Do really appreciate stopping by. It was an awesome conversation we had. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Stop by, of course, anytime. Hope you have a good night. Thank you so much. Let's see. What evidence do I have to show that would show her the reason why she wants revenge? The reason why she had to kill Maya Fey. Let's show pearls. I don't think that's gonna work though, but... no, I thought as much. I thought as much. Alright, let me look up what sense do I have to do? Those who remember the first and fourth episode in the game will understand why I present Mia Fey's profile 5 years ago. Mia Fey. Did you get revenge on her? I will help you with YouTube Mixer and Twitch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hold up. Whoop. There you go. There you go. Let me actually catch your stream at some point. So, bonk. I believe I followed you now, right? Yeah. Duh. There you go. Let me actually catch your stream at some point, because I'm actually kind of interested. It's probably going to be quite late for me, but then again, we'll see. We'll see when I actually get your stream, because I'm interested. So yeah. So, Mia Fey's profile. I can understand though why. Because I guess load, by the way, makes her no hard drive. I can understand why. Because Mia is the big sister of Maya, and obviously Mia is the defense attorney that did set her on death row. So that I can understand that. But I wouldn't really think that would actually be evidence. More other than just, you know, showing a motivation. But then, alright then. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, true. Well, I had the same problem, you see. Alright. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? Was sentenced to die because of that woman. Ah, I see. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do my best to try and catch one of your streams. Let's hope that it won't then be when I'm live, because that would kind of suck. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try my best. Because of course I do have at least one day that I will not be streaming, and that's again when I have driver's lessons. But yeah, I believe next one is at Monday. Let me check the schedule. Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, next one is at Monday. So maybe at some point will fall on Wednesday. Or Sunday. Who knows? Who knows? Mia Fey. I knew it. Somehow knew this was it. Well, I didn't. So. But now I do. Haha! I knew it all along. Yes! I knew it all along. I want to send her a message. It was at her hand that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. Well, we don't know that yet, but who knows? Maybe it is true. But in this game, I suppose it is true in the game. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya. Well, obviously. She's a pretty soulless person. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. True. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. At night. At about 9:30 p.m. I materialized into this world. I quietly binned my hair up and put on the demon ward hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elisa Dioxin who channeled her after all. The ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? The kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Oof. We all know she's not dead, though. It's pretty obvious, actually. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Really? Did you know? What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. Oh, now you're trying to point it on her again. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrambled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. And I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stopped. It stopped? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in a sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You're in a sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. How did you wind up in there? I like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. Didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. Well, she's been through some stuff. Wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick look stopped to you, huh? The trick look. I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside a sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was already in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What, who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. To that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Oh shit, so Iris is now locked up. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had actually succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you wouldn't assume that it was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey. The picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Yes, but how are you here now, right? Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most foul sin a human can commit. And that is... Recognize the sin of killing her own mother. Well... If that would be true, then that is quite terrible. But then again, how are you here now? If she would be dead, Pearl is in here, Iris does not have any spiritual power and is locked up, the nun is not even, you know, working with the plan. So it's kind of obvious that Maya is still alive. If you just, you know, pinpoint how it is going and what person could still be the one that can, you know, summon the dead. And the only person that possibly could be the one is Maya. Because again, Pearl is sitting in, sitting in the stand with the other spectators. Her mother is dead. Morgan Le Fay is, you know, in confinement. Maya is the only one. Because Iris doesn't have any spiritual power. And Iris, we have confirmed now, Iris is actually locked up in her stead. So the only person that could be the one is Maya herself. So that's why I pretty much could already confirm that Maya is still alive. So that's not really, you know, you don't really have to look past anything to see that Maya would already be still alive. It's pretty obvious. But now, well, we'll see how it actually plays out. Order in the court. What's the meaning of this? Sure that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so... The murderer who actually snuffled out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. It's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Really? You're gonna go there? The Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Really? But then again, what are you doing here? So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh, it's already quite clear. Why is he being called? But then again, it's already quite clear that she's still here. Whoops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone's that? Hey, it's a pretty nice ringtone. I like it. Good out here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just got finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, can't be. We all know that she's still here. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Why don't you just think about it, Phoenix? It's so obvious. So obvious that Maya's not dead. You don't even have to have seen a little bit of the next game, because that's also how I actually know that Maya's still alive, because in the game on the 3DS, she's actually older and still in training and is talking to Phoenix. So, but still, you could pretty much, if you just pinpoint how things can go, because how the heck would she still then be here? Dahlia's spirit, you know? Who is channeling her then? Because she cannot just be like, you know, yo, sod it, I'm still here, I don't, you know, own a body or anything, I am just a ghost standing here. That does not work that way. So it's obvious that Maya is the one that is now, you know, possessed or channeling Dahlia. It's pretty obvious that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. No. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise, Yaxin, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be, because it isn't. Huh. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Tried. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how inappropriate it may seem. Well, what's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into that river from there, yeah, because there's a cliff. Now you would see a body. Of course, in a really bad state. Because you would fall on, you know, stone, rocks, cliffs. So the body would be in a really bad state, and obviously she would be dead. That you know, you cannot hide that statement. But you would still find a body. So they would have already found her body by that point. But what? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Tried. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. Yeah, it's not that... So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Meneer Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yes, yes we do. I think it's this one, right? See, there you go. How? There would still be a... There would obviously still, you know, be a body there. So yes. Yes, there is. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. Yes, because she acted the same thing out. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! Oh! You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. Yes. Huh. Huh. So you finally figured it out. You... No. Yeah, that's right. We all know that Maya is here. Order. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. Eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems inappropriate, there's still one other place she could be. What? What's this one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Well, not really her dead body. Finally, I thought this piece are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? In the inner temple, in Asgore Temple, in this very courtroom. It's obvious. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in the very courtroom. Maya Fey's here. See, she's here in my courtroom. My crib. My basement. Basement just made it really weird. I just figured that out. Oh god. Dahlia Hawthorne, seem to recall that you said I misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? But by that, it's obvious. It's Pearl's no! Pathetic little shivering runt. No, because she's sitting right in here. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. There you go. Someone channeled me before Pearls did? But who? You didn't even have to go through that. You could just clearly say, you know, Pearls is sitting right there. Just ask Pearls to come up. And then she would just be like, sod it. Yes, a 9-year-old little girl would say, sod it, I'm right here. Pearls have even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth's becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. Maya Fey. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. Can't stand attention. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? It's obvious. Literally, I already figured it out before, but finally, luckily, we actually did get to that conclusion, because that was just way too obvious. But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Grants, what will happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. Yeah, because you wouldn't know. So, a person that would kill you could not kill you if you are that person. Of course, obviously you could kill yourself, but then again, she doesn't know that Maya is channeling her. So there you go. Got him. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path to the inner temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All along, you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Nani! Oh god, she's breaking. Oh boy, that's not good. You're saying that I was played for a fool? Well, obviously. But that little whelp? Little? She's 19. Hey. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? No. Sorry, but no. It wouldn't have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. Well, actually, she has seen some stuff. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh, shit! Nani? What's this? Mia? Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah! Well, there you go. That already proves it, you know. There is pearls. Sup, Godot. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. It's something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moment of the fight, you just lost consciousness. A stab at Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Yes. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me and I thought she should do. Or what she should do. That's actually pretty smart. Damn, writing down the situation, because of course, you know, if you channel someone, you could hardly talk to them in the same body. So, that's actually pretty smart. Writing down the situation, then channeling her, so she would read it and know what's going on. Then she could write something else down, go away, so Maya comes back and knows what to do. That is, damn! Damn, that's Matrix. That's Matrix right there. She did that. Can't believe it. Of course, it didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible. And lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrives. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Yep, pearls. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. This is how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? Well, it's true. 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... Terry Follows escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne. The truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. It was my fault. It was because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Damn. Damn. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Well, there you go. There it is. And now this. You've messed up again and you let Maya Faye escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Well, kind of right next to you, actually. Or... you? In you? How would you really describe that? Because you could not really say that she's right in front of you, because again, she isn't. Inside? I think it's more like inside of you, but then again... damn. Matrix. You gotta keep going with the Matrix. This is good. This is getting really, whew. Spinster. Well, that's an interesting word to call someone. Supposed to kill you, Maya Faye, like I swore I would. If only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. Oh! What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're just destined to lose for all of eternity. Oh, shit. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when a body dies, the spirit, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. It's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. Damn. Alright, apparently she's wrong then. I can be? Wait, what did she just say? I can be? Who could I lose to the likes of you? Well, you've already have. No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Yeah! Get out of there! It's weird. Well, I don't have to do anything here. There you go. There she is. What's up? So you're not ready to go, huh? Well, that's the thing, really. Nobody is. Nah. Most of the time, nobody is really ready to go once their time comes. That's the thing. That's why a lot of people are afraid of death. What's up, Nick? Well, that's kind of obvious. It's been a little while. Hey, oh, she's been, yeah, gone for quite a while, so I can understand that. Now then, what the heck happened here in my court? I assume you are the real Iris? Oh, well, hello there. You came here fast. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Nikadot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the younger Pearl Faye, were also victims of the wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. Oh no. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Yeah, that is true. That is true. He doesn't even understand how it actually works, but he's just like, you know, I'm old. I've seen it all by now, so why not? Why not add this to the memories as well, right? Oh well. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. Oh, so you have studied up on this? That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Karanian channeling technique. Well, that's nice. Hey, isn't that a New Year's issue of Occult? Still, I've seen quite a few things in my year. There you go. In my years on the bench, and all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. It is true, though. It is true. If those kind of things are involved, or could be involved in a case, it is really handy if you study up on it. So he is completely right about it. So that's actually, damn, Judge. Awesome. Nice. I did not expect that from you. Awesome. I would most of the time actually think that you are pretty much, you know, you just sit there with your gavel and wait till the thing is disputed and resolved and then just be like, guilty, not guilty, my job's done. But damn, he actually does some research behind it as well. Awesome. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment to the case of Iris of Hazagura Temple.
Objection.
Of course. He's not done. Obviously. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mynheer Cadot? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Tried. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia Hawthorne testimony? I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out a dagger I got from the storeroom and... Shit! strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yes. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Diaxin. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. That is true. We still don't really know. Of course, I already liked the judge, or at least the judge's his verdict, because I was not going to be not guilty. But it is true. We still do not know who actually did it. Because Dahlia doesn't remember. Maya passed out at that moment. And Iris wasn't even there. She was on the other side of the bridge. So Nani? Unless someone else had found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecutor is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, dear prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Authority. Huh. You don't even call her by her name, huh? Interesting. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? It's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder took place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean... Well, that is understandable. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecutor calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. Yeah. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Tried. Got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Well, that's true. You've got some nerve. He's right, though. In a lot of cases, Mia was the one that kind of backed you up here. But it's not going to happen this time. This time you're going to have to do it by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. He is kind of right, though. That's the thing. There you go. On to our very last 4 statements. Let me actually check if there are 4 or 5. One of the two. Whoop. Because now we are on the very last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 4 statements. Just 4. And then that's it. Then this game is finished. Oh boy. February 10, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Literally, we've already been doing this. Just in total, there were 8 or 9 statements. And we've already been doing this for longer than 3 hours. That's what I mean. This game has a lot of hours in it. A lot of it. It's insane. Truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I want to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. But, well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. Really? Alright. But she doesn't really care about you. She was abandoned by her own mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. That is true. If only Dahlia had come with me to Asagura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I want to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly at the last minute. I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's half-sister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Yep. And Edgeworth in some way as well. Because Edgeworth also did get the verdict that he wanted. And it was also his first trial. So... But that's the same for Mia. It was also her first trial. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspect that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, two different defense lawyers. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. They're pursuing Mia Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dioxin, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but it was on fire, yeah. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. Alright, let's do this as you said. Whee! Still a little weird to me, but alright. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. So that's the murder weapon. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Asagura Temple on the snowmobile. So that was the murder weapon in the end. So, well, alright then. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shinshido. I whipped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Let's see. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mynheer Wright. You can't do it. You can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff updating the court record. Alright then. Defendant? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. something I want to tell you later. Yes, that's true. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me, yes. She promised that to Edgeworth. After this is all over, she would actually say something to him. So it's true. I was cooperating with the real killer. Even from the very beginning. Oh, Mia. Phoenix? What's up? Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She's recovered completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this. Obviously. Her mother is dead. So, you know, she was supposed to be dead. So, yes. I can understand why she would be terribly hurt by this emotionally. Who wouldn't? I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dixon really was? It was bound to happen at some point. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? I was wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by incident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. Was it herself? Did she kill herself? Meaning, you know, the person that first channeled her, because we already know that was her. Did she kill herself? Was it a suicide? Because that also actually counts in court. Suicides also count in court. It's not like there always has to be someone else that was the murderer. So I think it was herself. I think she killed herself. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazagura Temple side by Pendolium. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day, yes. Same for Pearly. Exactly, so the criminal was someone that wasn't in Hazagura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Well, obviously we're going for the win, duh. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. Yep, only 4 more statements. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Well, obviously. Duh. Because you're the actual lawyer in this case, so yes. Obviously, it is you who has to do it. Duh. Well, here we go. 3:36 p.m. Courtroom number 7. The last 4 testimonies. Finally, we're at the final part of this game. After this game is finished. Damn. You would expect, literally, because let me actually check. You wouldn't expect that this game would be that long. Because literally it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just 5 cases. That's the entire game. But, oh boy. Oh boy. This case is freaking... These games, man, there's not much there. It's literally just reading, trying to figure puzzles out, reading, figuring puzzles out. But my god. These games have so much content that you wouldn't expect it. Now then, before we process any further, going to announce that results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yeah, about the knife. Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! Totally forgot about it. Nice. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, I feel the test wasn't possible, however. There's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was under this dagger was not the victim's blood. At least we know that much. That is all now then. Let's restart this trial. Yes. So it wasn't Misty blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger. Well, at least we know that it was Maya. At least it wasn't Maya who, you know, did the shanking. So that's good. Sure, both the defense and the prosecutor know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence when their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. There you go, at least we can come to agreement with that. Agreed. Because that is indeed the case. Can we not give her a chair or something? You know, let her sit down instead of having her to stand at the bench? Because that's not going to make it any easier. Very well, please bring the last witness. At least give her a chair or something, you know, that she could actually sit on. Witness, please tell us your name and a profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager of Wright & Co. Law Office. Maya. I see, so she is not even saying, because of course she would originally say, or she has to say right now that she probably is the master of, you know, the channeling technique. Because now she has come to the realization that she is, because she will be the master. Because her mother is dead. And it has officially been confirmed that her mother is dead. So, you know, officially she actually had to say that she is the master. So, but oh boy, poor Maya, alright, damn. This is gonna be hell for her. It's not going to be fun. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Yeah, understandable. Oh my, the pain the Fae bloodline caused must be unbearable. Yes! Jesus! Very well. Now then, Miss Fae. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Jackson's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Oh, and then she's gonna be, of course, the dick ass. Straighten up this moment, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Cadet, come on, man. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. He is kind of right about it though, but he could bring it a little more subtle. You know, instead of just being like, your mother is dead, you cannot do anything about it. You know, come on, Cadet. This trial has to come to a close. We know. We need an answer. But please. Come on. Jeez. She's only 19 years. You know, her life is barely starting. She's already seen too much that she shouldn't see at that age. So, you know, come on, man. Calm down. Jeez. But on the other side, I can also understand. Because she can bring the close to this entire thing. She is the one that will close it. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. That's true. We already know, because that's the orb. And stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, help me. And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Something warm splashed over you. Something warm. So you were struck on the head. Suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Minnie Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. No, of course she doesn't. What do you expect? Jeez, you better treat her to a lot of hamburgers after this. You know? My God. You better treat her well, because now she's lost her sister, her mother. She could have lost Pearls as well. And she could have lost her own life. So you better treat her well, Phoenix. Because this is not going well. And we have to be the one that points out that she's lying. Well, my job's great. I love my job at this point. Yay. Who else was on the inner temple site that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Asakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. No, I don't think that would not even... We don't even need to think that over. She is not a criminal or an accomplice. I think she's merely still just a witness. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. Yeah. Duh. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She may have come while I was preparing for training. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. It was hit from behind. Didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Jeez, calm down. Let me think for a sec. Sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I think at this point we actually have to leave her alone. I don't think pressing harder is gonna do anything. Yeah. Considering the conditions at the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Huh. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Sin, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. I actually think pointing it out or pressing harder would have done anything other than just make it worse. And get everybody on the bad side on my end. So, what happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Alright. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, it was in a state of panic, obviously, understandable. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Nice. You see, for some crazy reason I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. It's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. It's for Maya. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." Understandable. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. Yeah, you was hit on the head, and we already know that blood was coming out of it, so yes. It was dark, and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Then again, I think everybody would. Especially once they're literally confronted with somebody who's ready to pretty much just end their life. So yes. Thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. Thought that it was my last hope. Whoa, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Ooh, we actually have the option of waiting and see. What did she scream? What were my last hope? Ooh, that's a tough one. But then again, of course, if we go over it, I can present something. So for now, we're gonna be, you know, the person that actually wants to take it easy on her. Maya's really emotional and physically exhausted. It shouldn't go overboard. For the time being, I'll just play it by ear. Yeah. Alright, let's go on with your testimony. Oh, okay. We can always come back to it later, after all. Then something warm splashed over me. You don't mean, was it... I didn't know at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that it's when Miss Diaxin, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. Sure blood got on everything around me. Yes, it sure did. That's when I lost consciousness. I think it was blood though, but I don't think it was stabbing from the back. So, could have been the blood that actually was, you know, from her own head. Because again, she was hit in the head, after all. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that? No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. Worked side by side with Maya for 3 years now, damn. When she hides something, I can tell by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Alright, so we do actually have to push it, huh? I was passed through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Someone ended up, I think I screamed help. Then someone warm splashed over me. Alright, let's save it at that point. Let's do this. No? Because personally, I would be, you know, it is her own blood. That could be the case. Let's see. A sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Alright then, so we do not yet actually lay out the facts. So what I will do then is I'm gonna start from the very beginning and actually start trying to get certain things done. Someone ended up against the stone lantern. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Then now we're gonna go for the approach to see to get as much info as we possibly can out of Maya. Because we do know she is hiding something. So now we're gonna press harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. Was oh yeah, that's right. Was dark, that's it. Was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was mostly unlikely. Alright. So that doesn't bring us anywhere. Fair enough. No problem. Well, it did bring us to the point that she at least is not hiding anything in there. I think I screamed help. Yes, and then we get to the resolve of we can choose for last hope and what did you scream. That we still have. And this time I'm gonna be what was her last hope. There you go. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? Is that what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. No, of course not. But yeah, oh, that's it. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for to help. I see, so there was someone else. What is it now? Messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Hold up. Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person? I mean to keep that part a secret. What have I done? You're just making it worse now, Maya. Come on. Huh. Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in the court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in the chamber. Witness, the information of you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. Ah, there you go. So now we have extra testimony. I could say see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used to this excuse twice. She used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when a trainee is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other lights sourced in the garden at that time. Yeah, including that one, because that one could not be lit up. So, hold up there, Maya. Hold your horses. Or yourself, more like it, because wouldn't be surprised if you'd fall over any moment. Lantern from the inner temple guard was not lit the night of the crime. that was a good one. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah, I kind of want to know who that man is. Phoenix, what are you doing? What were you doing there? Huh? Phoenix was all behind it after all. Yeah? That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elusidic Sin, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is this meaning of this mirror, right? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Again, understandable that she is. What do you mean, what problem, Maya? On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. It's true, though. Order in court, Meneer Godot. Explain this. Why does he have to explain it? I'm the one that made the statement. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of the coffee stir. That's the state of the witness' mind right now. A cup of coffee latte. Coffee au lait? Is that even legal? I don't know. When you try, the words are the milk and you are the spoon. I'm the spoon. I'm no spoony bod, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Tried. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now, yes. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. Oh, really? Alright, well I was actually like, you know, alright, it's understandable, but alright, apparently not. What did you say? There truly was no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness' last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness' statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of the attacker in front of her. A man? But that would only mean Phoenix or Buzz. Larry. But I don't think Larry would do that, right? Who would that be? Damn, I'm actually kind of interested now. Who is this man? Order. What in the world does this mean? All mean, right? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under the pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Try. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen it in dark? There was no other light source at the scent. Or at the sea. Scent? What? There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Meneer Cadet. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. To cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Who is this man? Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. You talk a good game, Try, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could this witness see? I'm calling you her bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Who the heck was that? Maya's dead set to protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. You're not gonna say that it was Phoenix, right? I'm a lawyer. An officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Meneer Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? But then again, I cannot show me, right? Yeah. Who's the person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? A man. I cannot show myself. Who could it have been? Because the only people that were there were me and Larry. But then again, we were both on the other side. I don't think Godot would be the one, right? Prosecutor Shroud in Mystery. He seems to know me somehow. I don't think it's him. But then again, who else would I show? Because he's the only one who is mysterious. Because we know that you clearly, you were not even in the country. You were with me when I fell through the bridge. I cannot show myself. Obviously, it would not be Dick Gumshoe, because why would he go there? You know. And then we only have one more other man there, and that would be Godot. But then again, I don't think I can show any evidence for it here. So I think it has to be Godot. Let me confirm it. I think it is Godot. Let's see. That's true, the Godot. Yeah, there you go. It's Godot. As I thought. Why would he do that though? Good. As I thought, he's the only one. But why? Because it was pitch black. Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. Sure, the court. Oh, the thing. His little accessory, shall we say. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? Is this? It can't be. Huh. Yeah, boy. But why would he do that, though? It was a nice bit of deduction tried. Well, everyone, This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Why? Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got questions, you ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was in 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. But Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. Nani? Witness, near right, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness, the one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... if it is Godot, then I want to know why. For what reason? Because I know he has a really bad standing with Phoenix. But then this entire case would not really have anything to do with Phoenix at all. So, what? When I came to, I had a running nose. There you go. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. True. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Yeah, very carefully. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. What? Well, that's a little prejudged if that would be true. Come on now. It was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize, as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that criminal was a man. Really? Like a female couldn't do all that stuff, apparently? Alright. It's new to me. Alright, proceed with your cross-examination. Oh boy, I need a drink for this. Jeez. I'm old enough to drink, so I might actually have to pop out the whiskey here. Jeez whiz. Not that I do drink, but I've never even drank alcohol before, but you know the joke about it. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Well, she doesn't really look that heavy, so, you know... By the time I got back to garden, that place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. Fair enough. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Alright, so then it means go through all the information and then go back to that point. The doors were lit and the body was gone. So the torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. True. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true, it's hard to see how it would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. That all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Yeah, it was very, very square. Looked very nice. So he's saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. Yeah, it was perfectly clean. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape. Jeez. Around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind the issue. But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes? But earlier you very clearly stated that. You saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The real killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by Pendolium, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Obviously. Alright, so now we have to go back to this one again? Or will that get to the same result? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. He did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. Hey, this is new. Alright, so we had to actually do what? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden. She may have thought you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. Yeah, any sane person would have thought that she would then be the murderer. You're saying that why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Alright then. It was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of that, of what happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hasn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes. Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karun killed by own daughter. Don't think Maya would have been able to handle it, no. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? The torches were lit and the body was gone. Let's see, I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. Save it up. I have a slight feeling that I might know why. So she would never find out the identity of the actual person. And I have a slight feeling this because of this mark. Because as she already stated, she does not know how her mother looks like anymore. But because of this, of course we don't see her mother now. But because of this marking, she knew that that was her mother. And the thing is, she, of course, the person that was killed, that we now know, and she sadly also knows, is her mother, was wearing this, the exact same sign. So I think it has to do with this. But then again, no. Alright, so it's not that one. Whoop. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up evidence of what happened. What about you? No? Alright. What if we go all the way through? Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by Prindolium, manipulating the crime scene. And for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When it came to... I was just lying there in the training hall. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Alright then. No. Alright, nothing either. What would be the case? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. What would that be? As she continued, torch was lit and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence. We present this. Found stuck in a pine tree in the inner temple garden. The blood doesn't watch the victims. No, alright. Tough one. Tough one. I think we do have to do something with this statement though. With this one particularly. But what do we present? Dusty Bridge photo? No. Cold New Year's issue. No. Cold Magazine feature has a good temple to check what for details. No. It was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Yes. But how can we show that that is true or that is not true? For what reason can we show it? Because I don't think we can actually bring any more evidence out anymore. Other than just this. But we've already questioned all of this. So since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Or do we question her again? So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had already changed. Let's actually go question everything again. Just see if we have anything else that we can add to it now. Maybe the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wants to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene I felt something. You did? think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, would have immediately been to prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right, then it would have been terrible. Now, Master of Kurun killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. So I think, there you go, I think we have to present the identity. Still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. Going to say it with the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain everything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let's hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene. Now the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. Yes. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah, the area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped it just up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there's some mysterious behind the issue. I think this will help explain them. Since a person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but really early you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by Pendolium, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Alright, so it's time to present evidence, it seems. Alright then. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up evidence of what had happened. My assistant and disciple in the Korean tradition of spirit channeling. No? Alright, because I was maybe like, you know, maybe maybe Phoenix will actually start explaining it. You know, he would actually start explaining why the reason it would be that she would, you know, why he would do that for her. But apparently that's not the case. Let's see. Can we hold up? No, we don't actually see the thing that she has around her neck. I think by only people looks in Jackson touch that word for details. No? I wanted to try it anyway. Just in case. Let's see, what reason could he have to cover that up? I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. For her sake. No? Tough one. Tough one. Damn. I do think it has to do with that sentence right there. Because we had to go through all of the testimony to go then later come back to one of them to press again and then this got added. So it would be a little too weird if we have to go through all that to get this, you know, this added to the testimony and then later on knowing that it had nothing to do with it. So I don't think that's the case. But what could it be? For what reason? No? Alright. Let's try a couple more, and then we'll see what the actual answer is. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Could it be? So the thing is it a profile or isn't it a profile? Because I've already shown you. Morpheus' daughter and twin sister, she was exhausted, executed a month ago. Defended none from Asgore Temple doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Yes. No. Let's see. Torches were lit and the body was gone. I think it was for my sake that by the time I got back by the guard, the place had totally changed. Let's see. No. Because I was maybe like, you know, maybe it wasn't for you, but maybe it was for Pearls. Just so that Pearls would not see a murder. But then again, that was bring up this exact same question. Why? Right? So... Let's see. Let's see what I have to present. Yes. Mia again, huh? Mia's profile, but why Mia? And apparently I've also stated that the wrong... Oh god. Oh yeah, that is load state. We all know that now. There you go. Jeez. Alright, so it's Mia's profile, but why Mia's profile? Do I have to present the Mia's profile here? No. Which sentence is that then? Oh, that's already too far. Oops. This anime interrupted by she defending Gadot. She's requested for another testimony this time. It's true that, let's see, the killer didn't notice. Yes, if it's true, then the Gadot has to be the killer. You will explain about the shovel snow. If the killer wanted to remove the bloody snow, why didn't he just shovel the blood area rather than the whole yard? The killer could not have seen the blood, not because... I see. I see. That's why. Nope. When I came to it, was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got the... Yes, I think it was my sake to get her cleaned up. Torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Yes, and now that I actually read a little bit of the answer, I know why. I do not know if we have to present this. But it has something to do with it. Alright, we have to present something else. What if I present Gadot's profile? No? Alright then. Let's see. I know now what has to be done. Let's see. Because Gadot could not see the blood on the lantern. So that's also the reason why he couldn't see the blood in the snow. And that's why he just, you know, took pre-measures and cleaned the entire thing up. instead of just a little spot. But how do we show that? With what? Because we've already tried those two now, and they do not change it. But do we have anything that brings us back to that point? Do we have anything that brings us back to that exact section? Because I don't think this was not the one, right? Yeah. Huh, what evidence do we have to show to that then? You just shoved the blood in an area rather than the whole yard. The killer could not have seen the blood, not because the lanterns were not lit, as you have proven they were. We remind the court about the event's reason could not present the stone lantern and didn't notice the red blood. I think it was for my say. Oh! It was at the wrong sentence. Ah. I did actually have to present the lantern. But it was over here. There you go. I see. The body of Elise Jackson was carried all the way to Asakura Temple's courtyard. And then at the garden, this real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It is reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that also seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Meneer Cadet. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Yeah, and he kind of freaked out because everybody said there was a message except for him. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't he wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. I know exactly why. Order, order, order. But when you're right, isn't it in fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's in fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well, when you're right, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Because he couldn't see it. The killer wrote it. To pin the crime on Maya, the killer didn't notice it. There you go. He didn't notice it. The prosecutor Cadet. Early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime occurred there. If that's the case, it wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Meneer Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have may have failed noticing the bloody writing? He already pretty much gave it out himself. By literally, you know, getting all confused when everybody was actually talking about the bloody writing. Nerkadot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Meneer Cadet? The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like this court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. It's lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. There you go. Nurkadot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tresbien. It's the prawn the delightful Miss Briade was wearing at the time. And someone spilled coffee on. Yes, but he never said anything about the other stuff. Only the coffee. Something's still bothering me, Mynheer Cadotte. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. It's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. There you go. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Strange. In a black and white photo, these letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mynheer Cadotte, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you couldn't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Alright. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Cadotte is the murderer. But there's no going back now. Alright, so it was no suicide then. Finally figured out the truth. Mynheer Cadotte, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Diaxin. She's known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this may be true, however. Once again, Mynheer Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the incisement in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. Certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. To go on, tried. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. They want to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't they take just that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. They wouldn't have been able to see. They would have been able to see fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mynheer Cadotte? Wait just a minute. Maya. What's this, witness? Mynheer Cadotte, isn't the killer? After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? It may not look like it. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Kinda true. She was just gone. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you saying now, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. That's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, we plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost. If that's the case, then I have got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, tried. Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But that little girl was there at the Inner Temple, too. Oh, well, that's kind of obvious. Pearls! There's only one girl, little girl, that we have here, and that is good old Pearls. So, alright. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple site that night. True. The next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Just when Meneer Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who's this Pearlie? It's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I have ever been. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecutor has no objections. We'll believe the witness. Meneer Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, many right? Let's get this cross-examination started. Yes. We've already, I think Godot pretty much already knows that we have just figured it out. But it was all stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. It's true, though. So where did you think Pearl slept at? Jeez. Why the heck could I not read that? That was weird. In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during a trainee's training. Even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? Seems that Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Yep. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elixir Sin. Next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple site that night. Next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day when she was finally alright. She searched the entire Inner Temple side end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. Understandable. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too? Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she wouldn't stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl. Yep. All alone like that. Yes. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with a trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her. So she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mynheer Cadotte arrived at the Inner Temple for her first time. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple's side, Mynheer Cadotte? That's funny. I imagine things, or did the defense ask me a question? Alright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard was from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mynheer Wright. Haha, come back. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mynheer Cadotte? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazagura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Tried? In any case, I have to find a crack in Cadotte's armor. Well, I cross-examined Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, that's been... Yes, then Mynheer Cadotte. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. He said he was very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mynheer Cadotte. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. But yeah, he looks very blushed. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerve in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden and fine-toed comps. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Cadotte style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judgy style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Yeah, boy. Let's go! Phoenix style! You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Tried. After all, I did miss the bloody writing of the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. Oh! Wrecked! The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty. Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Probably. So from there you headed to the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Cadotte say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Cadotte when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise he couldn't have killed Melise Dioxin. Pearlie was also stuck in the Inner Temple side that night. Just when Cadotte arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time, he found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Alright then. I think this is actually a pretty obvious one. Because how did you know how she looked like if this is covered up? But that's not the case apparently, huh? Interesting. What if we show her? No? What if I do this then again? Hold up. And then ask something else. Instead of what I already asked. Because now we do know something. Because the thing is, how does he know how she looks like? Of course you could say, you know, clearly she looks like, you know, the person that was murdered. But then again, it was already covered in gravy. So, you know, Cheering Pearls up. Godot's investigation, we've already done that. And now this. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge has burned down and she was huddled up in the tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said anything about herself. I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. Really? You gave a 9-year-old girl coffee. To milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of a harsh truth. You gave a 9-year-old girl coffee. Dude! What a sweet story. What? No! Hit a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot? Alright. But we're not done. We're all the way going back to the last one again. There you go, because there was still one more thing we could ask. Or one more thing we could choose. And that was the top question. Ask Godot style, Judge style, and Phoenix style. Forget it. About Ibn right? Do you have anything to add? No, I give up. This whole Phoenix style thing, I mean... It seems... This phrase has become overrushed, so I'm putting an end to it, Judge style. Then let's go already. There's only one thing of any importance here, alright? Next morning she's alright. So when Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. You found probably hold up, first time. Let's try that. Knew it. Booyah. Megadot. First time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple. It was long before the murder took place. What did you just say? Because you just made your own fatal slip up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Godot is right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge has been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Was the wonderful, delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condom to culprit. Well, Meneer Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of that mark, you could guess it was the picture of Missy Fey in there. True, but Godot describes what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hose and aroma of Western tastes. Yes, it's possible that he knew that the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Tried? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Meneer Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What do you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Another person knew of that plan. Well, we have somebody else who knew of that plan, and that was her, right? I think that was her, so let's see what will happen if we do this. You're right. At this stage of the game, a mere guess is simply unacceptable. Alright then. So in the end you were just bluffing, huh? Let's see. Well, don't expect any sympathies, alright? So we could also try this. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Alright then. So it was that one. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You're saying this crafty killer is me? You bet what I am. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Your Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, but... and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearls, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with an easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, prosecutors such as Meneer Godot. Order, order, order. Meneer Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? Means there's a reason for everything. According to your testimony, the killer, in this case, eavesdropped on the conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. To discovering the plans, he hid it in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do it? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Yes, but you will do it for someone else. I'm what you see. Certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness' life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. It's actually quite easy now that I actually think about it. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Meneer Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Meneer Nick? Yes, I have. Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, try them all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's with this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Yeah, boy! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Meneer Godot is... His defense attorney? With your honor's pierced intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Let's take a little zip. There you go. Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. The name rings a bell. Should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. Then we have to wait for loading. My god, there's not going to be much time left for Mario RPG at this point. Jeez. Because we've almost been live for 5 hours already, and it's only a 6-hour stream. My god. This game will never end. Jeez. In case in which a convict named Terry Fallis killed himself. Mia faced first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense lawyer at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's not my fault that Meneer Fallis killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her client, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated the fake kidnapping incident. The one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse where you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it murder. But very little information about the case was related to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. It was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. For 5 years. You were asleep for 5 years. The worst possible news was waiting for me. Yep, and that's probably why he has such a bad vibe with Phoenix. Because at that moment, Phoenix was in the picture again. So I think that's why he hates Phoenix so much. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my skull in hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yeah, so you could also not really go for vengeance, because she was also already dead. Huh. Good old Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. It's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you tried. Yep, here we go. Time to bring out the truth. Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You are the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurian village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. But whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. So I overheard Pearl's visit of Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up on it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Eyes of Azukura Temple and Misty Fey. I established needed the help of Iris. I especially need the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contract my mother? She has been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that she mastered a Kurian had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movement all this time, so I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't you ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Azukura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Of killing someone or killing herself, probably. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearls, what are you going to do tonight? Well, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Was she literally ready to kill Pearls? We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As master of Kurian Misty, Fey's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl's Fey wouldn't be able to. I think we're coming to an end, everybody. We're coming to an end with this trial. But is this true? My rules, the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Mia Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Dot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Tried. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense lawyer. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mynheer Wright. Who killed the victim? Only two possibilities suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mynheer Godot. Well tried. You're real deal. You finish this thing once and for all. Shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish it on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing. My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mynheer Godot. Can't do it. Can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth before your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Alright, here we go. Very last testimony. Very last one. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, three of them. Thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Huh. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them. But then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, Tried. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya still is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mynheer Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Alright, here we go. Final. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Yes. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mynheer Godot masks either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but now we have to get all the info we can. This is the very last testimony. This is pretty much going to be, you know, life-changing for both of them. So, you know, but just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mynheer Godot's mask? I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with this testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Well, I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. It was just at that moment. Heard a soft scream that seems to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Alright. Struck back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood. Does blood actually have a smell? I've never smelled it before. A witness more honor the horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Alright. They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could that mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the night, or fight. Maybe the mask was damaged? Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, tried? Maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. Could have really happened then. Because at the moment there was a horrible scream. You know what I mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red light went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Alright then. So then the scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. No, I don't think that's really the case. I think it's a little bit the other way around. Dominic, right? Seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. There's a contradiction. It's not the entire story. It kind of works, but I don't think it's the entire story. Sorry to say this, but that's interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before? The killer let out a scream. Maya said that he had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her own body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Yes, and that one's actually kind of obvious. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, tried. There's only one thing I could think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Easy. This, because it's not the victim's blood. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. No. Because we have already confirmed that. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on the dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it is your blood. Nice theory, tried. Order in court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Tried. Let's just say that it turns out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be so stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. The dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already a bloodstain on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then splattered another person's blood on it. But no, because you cannot see blood. So, no, it doesn't work that way. It can't be. In any case, there's only one thing I can guarantee, Tried. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Alright then. Interesting. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Oh. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. But Maya, this dagger said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But Nicodot had already been cut with the dagger. His clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Really? Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone had, that was on the inner temple set side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Nicodot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah, shit. But maybe it was not on his clothes. I'm just saying, but it could be in his, part. His, face. Well, maybe he brought the chance of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did it just take smart pills during the last recess? Probably. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before to commit the murder. Oh god. Why, he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Tried. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'll be frozen solid. Yeah, you would be dead. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, Tried, can you do it or not? How about it, Mynheer Wright? You've accused Mynheer Cadotte of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is that I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vainglories to fruition, just as you want. Huh, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Tried. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can provide your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mynheer Cadotte? Because it doesn't matter to me. You've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Tried. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mynheer Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden in such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothes. There's one place One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What do you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hit the wound. This is the end of the line. The final stop tried. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location where you say the killer hit his wound? Whoop. Let's save it up. Where do we even show that? Where's the location where you saw the killer hit his wound? Where you say the killer hit his wound? Because where's that evidence then? Profiles maybe? Because I think the mask. It's behind the mask. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you never be half the lawyer she was, alright? That right, tried? Oh. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? So we were right. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Nice. It's beneath your mask. There you go. Knew it. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Nicodot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'll say this whole case is solved. Ah, well, now the mask is also broken. Oh, shit. Well, that was actually a pretty easy one to uncover. Gotta get that cup. First, gotta get a good old cup. Now. Hey, just now. I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. Even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, is what I thought. Nicodot? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Edgy. Oh, damn. Yourself? Was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth. To escape from the harshness of reality. Just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with there being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saw Mia. Or you saved Mia. Or Maya. Yeah, it was my plan. But until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had already wanted to save you, then there's the one person I should have gone and talked to right away. What would that be? Talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? Why? Suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what left of my own broken soul. Just trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. Truth that it wasn't really Balia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I was still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. Was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in a courtroom. You are the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Maya's death. Or Mia's death. Instead you picked up where she left off and she is a true defender of the people. That one moment, I understood everything. Meneer Gadot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Meneer Armando? Believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Well, there it is. Thanks. Well, it is now back open. That sucks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? My world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Alright, tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Miramondo, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. That is true. Or else always keep up the front. Well, this time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. Understand, Your Honor. Miramondo explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I've willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you would like to say? Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something when you're right. Oh, here we go. What's that going to be? I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 6 years ago, of course. Was she also involved in it? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 6 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. Sure is a tough one. That's, yep. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You were my sister. You only met twice. Aha. She covered for her. And all the other times that you met Hawthorne, you met her. Iris. Oh shit. This is weird. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on the fateful day. Yes. The day she poisoned Miramondo in the cafeteria of the very courthouse. The next time you met her was 6 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. Doe Swallow was killed. No, wait, it's just... It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 6 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. Oh shit! You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 6 months. Oh shit. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at the moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? Yes. She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get this bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel it's something even as simple as that. 6 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. Yep, and then all that happened. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that I had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she wouldn't confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending all half a year by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Would you look at that? Thank you. Would you look at that, eh? Damn. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? Nice! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Awesome! Freaking awesome! Son it. I know how it is. Yeah, think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Jackson. At some point I expect you will be tried for your role as accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Sure, alright. God damn it, Phoenix. Literally, they made 3 games with this stuff where Phoenix is in the main thing. Literally, all of those games have the same sprites with Phoenix. But just for that one little moment, they created an entirely new, small, just one little sprite of Phoenix holding a cup of coffee. That is freaking fantastic. Awesome. That is awesome. Court is now adjourned. Freaking A. Hell yeah. But the thing is, though, I don't have much time for the other game anymore. Because literally, there's only a little more than half an hour left already. My god, this trial's gone on for way too long. Way too long. Damn. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, it was just really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia? I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict. I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good as out there today as any defense lawyer could ever hope to be. There's nothing more that you can learn from me. Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Yes, that's gonna take a long time. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? It's just like my sis said. Your sister, Mia? That night when I channeled my Mia to get her advice on what to do, it's what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see, me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all this happened? Your brother brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Francisca? Still as softy as always, Phoenix. Excellent work, right? Matchworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have all actually been helping me. Helping you? Yeah. You could say that even Francisca has. I know, we all know Edgeworth has. Because he was the first part of this entire trial. So, all good on him. But I think Francisca actually also helped out in a way. Because there you go. By just prolonging the trial, defense would have gotten anywhere. Whoa, where were you, Nick? Pretty fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris' hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Nah, there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! Was with the longer than usual face. Forget something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. It's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? Got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if it were gone for good. No. Yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yeah, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that it's lacking resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah, that beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Can I do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie's... don't get carried away. Yeah, fair enough. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly! Oh, jeez. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. Suppose you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened? Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. They understand how she feels. Oh yeah, and you as well, your father. In front of your eyes. So, alright. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by that? By now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone was hurt more deeply than Maya. Actually, I think I'm starting to understand too. And tell me, Phoenix, right? Who's Maya Faye being strong for? Obviously, Pearls! Her own mother was trying to kill pretty much what she says is, you know, her only family member that she still has right now. Maya. And her sisters that she didn't even know existed. Where one was an accomplice, and the other one helped protect Maya, but she just didn't know. So in the end, she was actually accused of murder. So yes, Pearls has been in a lot of shit, way more heavily, I think, than Maya. In the end, if you really think about it, Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed it in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite a bunch here. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Cruvy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Oh, yeah, I did promise that. The salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. Made reservations at the first-class French restaurant tonight. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That's where that whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe. You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Yep, because the food was garbage. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awful long time to get back. Still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearls, you can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, since she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we go? Look, where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Very tennis, Square Temple main gate. Square Temple? For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What is it? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini. Thought we'll be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearls is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearl's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. Mystic Maya! Pearlie, why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. No, poor girl. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say it? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, my Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there. I'm sure I would still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all people that were there for me when I needed them. So I can really do. Mystic Maya? I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini? Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. Now, dishonoring the good name of Corunian, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and wouldn't never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. There's a picture of Maya inside there, isn't it? And Mia, I have a slight feeling. It's a family picture. That's... Yep. A photo? Yeah, boy. It's a family picture. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? There's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. There you go, look at that. Ah, look, they've already broken it at one point. Nice. So Pearlie is not the only one, eh? Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connected us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. It's a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I'll promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the near future master. Make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. 3? Alright. I'm going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Misty Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Says the Bikini will take special care of you. Oh god. Oh god, no. That'll be great, Nick. We are going to do the special course naturally. Great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? Have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. Can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Nice. Nice. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Phoenix Wright. Trials and Tribulations. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Recruiting and the Officer Manager of Mr. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I am not locked up or captured or something like that, yeah. Damn. My god. These games, man. These games. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in the shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a Legendary Express Special Ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Oh god, no! You really want us dead. But yeah, these games will always hold something with me. I don't know. Hey, look at that! Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. Feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem that's the same. Because a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just your detective-like style. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soul himself silly. Oh boy. Because I know throughout playing all 3 of these games, none of them were really popular. But then again, you're right, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasure of Carooning exhibit was a great success. Here we got to see Miss Phone Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. Taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh boy. Oh no. But literally playing through all 3 of these games, I would gladly do it again. Literally. Casey and I started a company called Master Mazique's Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I know maybe you were the worst criminals. But yeah, I'll gladly play any of these games again. Because again, they are just so freaking awesome. Oh. Isn't that right? I want to thank you for exterminating Don T. Gray. Returned the 5,000 along with a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. Betty's drinking it now. Went through compromise. Oh god. That's not good. But yeah. I will always, I will gladly play any of these again, alright? He's old and in a way, a wiggly grump clown nose wasn't a flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. She's 9 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. And that's at some point, that's why I will play the other games as well. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new program to replace Glenn Oak. We hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Madad. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuit would align perfectly. Cool. Because of course I do have another version of the game as well. My, more reports? Since the murder we've made so much money I hardly knew what to do. Think the magazine like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. Can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Nice. Because of course I know there's also a game on the 3DS. And I know there are other ones on the 2DS as well. Like this one. You've turned in such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Because I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Nice. So she's still in love with Phoenix Wright after all. Phoenix Wright, Ben Grumman Judd. Hey, the voice actor. Miles Edgeworth, Sion King. Mia Fey, Christian Catano. Nice. Hey, our boy. Probably one of my favorite attorneys. Cadet James C. Wilson. One of my favorite bad guys. Jessica von Karma, Jeanette Hasu. Oh no. Oh god, jeez. Winston DeBuane, David Crislip. What's this? I'm back from a long and tired vacation and no one is here to greet me? Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quiet and now I've got no one. What kind of lovely crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights and switching, I feel like some sort of space alien. Now what am I going to do with all these mechanima? If I bring them over to the edgy bow, I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something. Heard a heart, oh when... alright. Yep, for once she was not actually part of a game. Luckily. Producer Suchi Inaba. Finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's Whiplash Splash is gonna turn the art world. Should have realized that sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. An artist, a really good portraited artist. I'm not a loser after all. Well, there you go. Your art did actually save this trial. In quite a bit. Look at that. And there you go. You are not a bad artist at all. Look at that. Hey. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. And that's it. That's that. It's done. That's Trials of True Relations finished. These games, man. This is probably one of my favorites right now, though. Of course, officially it was the first one, or the second one, I believe. But this one, man, this one stands out best. That's for sure. The music, the characters, the certain cases, especially the last one. My god. That was freaking insane. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, originally I would go out and play Mario RPG right now, but literally there is not even 10 minutes left. So, well then. But ladies and gentlemen, with that is Phoenix Wright for quite some time. As I already said, I will come back to these games. I will try to play every single one of them. I know they are not popular, especially this one for some reason. Was kind of there was quite a lot of backlash on it, not really with any hatred or anything in chat or anything, but I noticed that not a lot of people really cared about the Phoenix Wright games. But in the end, I will still come back to them because I love these games. Of course, they're difficult games. Because I did, sadly for this one as well, I did at some point actually did need a walkthrough for it a little bit. But still, they're so much fun. So much fun to play. And I know there is one on the 3DS. Maybe at some point in the future, I will bring that one out. I know Nintendo has actually also announced that these games, I believe these games, will also be coming out on the Switch. I will keep my eyes out for it. If any of the games actually that I have not played get added onto it, then I will buy it. But if it's just these 3 games, you know, the Phoenix Wright series, this one and the other 2, then I will not be buying the game. Because again, of course, they were all 3, they were on an emulator. But in the end, I have still played them. So, but damn, man. These games, they're so freaking insane. These trials, they run deep. Alright. I freaking love these kind of characters. I love I just love this kind of game. Because the thing is, it's just such a simple concept. The entire game is just about reading, pretty much. The entire game is just, it is a story you read out. But just along the way, the little things that you do, the things that you have to keep your eyes out for, the little secrets that are there, to be able to go through a contradiction, make the statements that you make, and my god. The writing is just so freaking good. They have thought about it so well. Because I thought, you know, at that point where Mia asked, you know who the killer is, I was like, well, it's obvious, right? You know, suicide. She kind of regained control a little bit of herself. And while while the murderer was also still there and she stabbed herself. But in the end, who would have thought that it was Godot? I know for a fact now, one of my favorite prosecutors in this game. In this series. Because that guy, man, he's been through some shit. And still he does it. He was not even a good prosecutor. Because literally at his very first trial, it was literally like, you know, what? It's my first case. You know? I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't know. My god. And of course his music. His music is freaking fantastic. But yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest apologies for not being able to actually start up Super Mario RPG today. But tomorrow, I will start that game. So literally, I think the stream of today is going to end a little earlier than before. Because literally, as I already said, there's just a little less than 5 minutes or 10 minutes left. And then that's it. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is going to take a long time before I will come back to any of the Ace Attorney series. Because I know you have the Edgeworth series. And you also have the series of, I believe, the Mentor. Or at least the Apprentice of Phoenix. I do have one game of him in my possession. But again, as everybody could see, including me, these games are not the most popular ones. And again, I will at some point come back to playing more of the series because I love this. I love this franchise. It's freaking amazing. It's such a good series. It's way underestimated, literally. It has not been popular enough, shall we say. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm just gonna do a host because as I can already see, not much has happened. Not many people have stopped by, but that was understandable because again, you know, it is the Ace Attorney series, so it's not as popular as I thought they would be. But, well. I love the series, and ladies and gentlemen, with that, there you go. Roll the credits. Not that I need to, but still. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it. with that, ladies and gentlemen, do all we hope you have always a beautiful day, evening, or night, depending, of course, where you are. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys in the next playthrough. Later, everyone.